Come on, man. Boo. Whatever. What's wrong? All right, everybody, this is live Doppler 13 meteorologist Sean Ash. We are going to be hopping on our mobile streams here for severe thunderstorms. Watch goes until 7 p.m. Of most importance is this complex of thunderstorms that's prompted a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Arcadia, Cicero, Noblesville, and even if you're outside of that polygon, Whitestown, Zionsville, the north side of Marion County, and even if you're over in Hendricks County, you need to be watching these cells. I do expect this storm complex will continue to maintain, if not intensify, as it encounters highly humid, unstable air. But let's dive in first, and we'll show you some of the trouble spots here. You can see the lightning strikes, and I'm going to take those off just so we can get a gauge. What you're looking at is the wind velocity, and let's just clean it up a little bit, and we'll show you some of the stronger areas. Even in Whitestown, we could get gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour. Now, this complex of thunderstorms has a history of at least some pockets of wind damage. I'm going to go back about 3 hours here on the radar here, and we had some reports of trees knocked down in Cass County. All right, so this is how things progressed and where we are now. And so the warnings that we do have, parts of Jay and Wells and Adams counties technically until 1:45. And then parts of Hamilton and Madison counties until 1:45. Now, again, you see that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Lebanon, Zionsville, technically not in that, but that does not mean that you cannot have, well, definitely you're going to have impactful weather, but you could still get some severe gust out of this as well. So we're just going to do you some coverage here as Sunday afternoon. There will be a large part that may not have a drop of rain today, but this may be one of a couple of different storm complexes that move through here. I'm going to show you the radar sequence and how this is played out with cloud cover. And you can see that complex is moving east and southeast. So that will put Franklin in play. Eventually could put Greensburg in play if it continues to buckle toward the southeast. Now, right now, we are not seeing any rotation, but I will say that we couldn't, we've been saying there could be some embedded pockets of rotation, and that is still going to be a possibility here. All right, so you can see again this complex moving east to southeast, farther to the west, like Terre Haute. You could have a few pop-ups, but we're going to be focusing basically from around the Indy metro area and points to the east here. And I mentioned that it's highly hot and humid. We've got a temperature in Indy before these storms arrive of 89, teaming up with dew points that are as humid as they get around here in the middle 70s, and heat indices approaching 100. So there is a lot of fuel for these storms to work on. All right, so here we are again, time now 1:27, give or take. I want to show you some of our NDOT cameras, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to try to get over to our station's Facebook page, and I'll do my best to analyze radar and answer questions all at the same time here. So hang tight with this. So that's I-65 State Road 47. And Bryce, thanks for the update there in Lebanon with the pea-sized hail. We appreciate that. I know you don't have anything, Carpenter, in Madison County right now, but the storms are moving your way. So you're on borrowed time. Should be there within the next half hour. This is 31 up in Hamilton County. And then we're going to go a little farther north on our weather bug camera. This is up in Tipton, where they are on the back side. We're on the back side of the roughest part of the storm complex here. All right. Hang tight, hang tight. Yeah, Rusty says it's here now. Nothing in Brownsburg, but you're not too far from it either. All right, let me put the lightning strikes back on. So again, these storms in their path, potential for 55 to 60 mile per hour gust. And you can see where the core of the lightning is right now. It's over Tipton County, over Boone, Hamilton counties. And that's lightning within the last 5 minutes. And we're starting to see some new cells popping up here. All right. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for portions of, technically for portions of Tipton and Hamilton and Madison counties. Okay, so this is moving for those in Madison County. And let me just take the radar back about 45 minutes. You can see how this thing is buckling toward the south and east. Even if you're in Hancock County now, if you're in northern Marion County, if you have friends that are out on Geist or Eagle Creek, certainly on Geist, I would give them a heads up that they might want to take it back to the dock, let this thing blow through. If you got some friends that are out on Eagle Creek, I would probably say, get them off the water until this complex can move to the east. Because what's going to happen here is that we're going to get additional development that should continue to happen in this zone here. And this is all going to be moving east to slightly southeast. So if you're in Shelbyville, Greenwood, Franklin, this is all moving. We're going to see some additional pop-ups kind of heading that way. All right. So we're roughly at about 1:30. Storm complex. So you can see the thunderstorm watch. That's the yellow box. That includes Muncie, Connorsville, and Richmond. Technically until 7 p.m. they are likely going to allow some of these counties that get on the backside of the complex. They'll let the watch box drop. But I will say it's very possible, if not likely, that we're going to have another one at some point between now and tomorrow morning. Now, exactly where that one tracks, that is to be determined here. All right, I'm going to throw up the quad boxes on the radar here. This just allows me to do a lot of analysis at once. Yeah, so over Zionsville, we're starting to pick up on some stronger wind that's beginning to emerge. We may end up getting an additional severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be a little bit farther to the south and possibly include portions of Marion County. Okay, and that's where we're seeing on the wind shear detector. It's picking up on that right there near Zionsville. Okay, let me get back to some of our. Yeah, nothing over Eagle Creek. Yeah, I know. Not that far from you, though. That's what I'm saying. These things may pick up. Yeah, Logansport was in the past. Ashley, you're welcome for the coverage. Yeah, so we'll just kind of follow this thing through. Because I know it's a Sunday. I know a lot of folks might be out on the water here for sure. Nothing of if you have friends down Lake Lemon, Sweetwater, Monroe, nothing imminent at this time, okay? But there is a cell, you can see that one that's just west of Eagle Creek. That's going to move over within the next 15 minutes. And then this complex is really going to, I'd say within the next half hour, it reaches Geist here. Yeah, let me, sometimes it's helpful if we put this into motion. Just hang with me here. This is going to be a 1 hour radar loop. And sometimes it's nice to see these things. So you can see how it's buckling toward the east and southeast. So it's going to search out the most unstable layer. So if you're watching in Hancock County, Henry counties, you're watching in Shelby, Rush, you're probably hearing the thunder in northern Marion County, and we're seeing these additional cells here popping up that they're near Greencastle out toward Plainfield. Those are going to continue moving east. Those should continue to intensify. So Morgan and Johnson County are going to be in the line of fire of those. All right. For now, Crawfordsville, we'll wait and see. Looks like there's some outflow, rain-cooled outflow. Sometimes that can trigger some new storms. For now, Crawfordsville is dodging the bulk of this, but anything but from Whitestown and into a good portion of Hamilton County. Even if you don't get wind out of this, you are going to get absolutely clubbed with some big rain. Big rain out of these bad boys. Yeah. For ETA for Anderson, Tony, I would put it, less than 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah, getting pelted in Westfield, that's for sure. And Zach, you got your ears open. If you get some new traffic cameras, especially especially in Hamilton County, that's where the brunt of this is happening now. Let me know. I'm gonna punch some of these cameras up real quick here. So we'll show you our downtown camera. Well, I'm sorry, this is from the Motor Speedway. So this is on the western, obviously, Speedway. So this is western Marion County looking south. You can see that rain shaft that's beginning to develop there near the airport. This is also looking south as well. And then here's NDOT 1. Let's try our other NDOT cameras. Yeah, so this is in Hamilton County. That is in the belly of the beast, if you will. Thus far, I haven't seen, other than earlier today in Cass County, had some reports of some trees knocked down. We'll wait and see. And Zach on our desk here is going to punch up some cams for us, give us some vantage point of these. But yeah, we're at 1:35 now. This is Sean Ash here. If you're on our Facebook Live, YouTube channel, whatever it might be. Amanda, northeast side for Lawrence. I've had a couple folks asking about Lawrence. I would say before 2 p.m. Jess and Plainfield, you're going to have to wait this out. These cells that are to the west there over at Coatesville and Stylesville, those are going to take probably at least 45 minutes to get to the east of Plainfield there. Should be able to get it in, but probably going to have a delay. Especially once they hear the thunder, they're going to settle that thing down. All right, they'll have to move everybody in. So there might be a delay, but I think once we get this complex through, you should be able to get this puppy in. All right, I got to check on our Twitter here too. Just double checking. Yeah. So we're definitely going to get some wind. Whether or not it does damage, that's to be determined. But the wind pockets that we're seeing now, let me turn off the lightning. The wind pockets we're seeing now are crossing 31 there between Westfield and Carmel. And it looks like there's a little burst that's developing there out near Traders Point. I'll show you the shear rate now. The shear rate's picking up on this too. So Within these little pockets that I show you, we can, believe it or not, too, the ground is actually relatively saturated from the rain from Barrow last week. And remember, if you recall, the day after, we had some big storms too. So sometimes once we get the ground saturated, some of these more mature trees, we got a lot of them in northern Marion County, they can give way. Their threshold to go down is lower, based on what we've seen here. So severe thunderstorm warning technically continues until 1:45. They're going to start shaving off the back side of this warning polygon. But heads up there, Fishers, McCordsville, Meridian Hills, Lawrence, again, by 2 p.m. this is going to be real close to you. Let me show you the radar sequence over the last 45 minutes. You can kind of see it drifting a little more southeast of east now. So even if you're in Greenfield right now, this may start to buckle your direction too. Northern Marion County, definitely over the next half hour, 35 minutes. Now on the north side of this, you may still have some thunder there. Kokomo and Marion, the worst with this complex, the worst is over. But we still, everywhere in front of this whole zone here, fair game over the next few hours for pockets of 60 mile per hour wind gust. And we've got at least confirmation. We got some confirmation of wind gust of about 50 miles per hour in Hamilton County. So even if you don't get severe wind, I mean, this is you're bringing everything indoors until you can get on the other side of this storm. Camille, northern Rush County, I would say should be there. Well, I tell you what, why don't we do a track here? Let's do a track on the leading edge. And moving generally about 45 miles per hour. Just hang with me. I'm going to have to extend this box out. Let's do it for 90 minutes. So Rushville at about 240 if it were to hold the current 45 mile per hour speed. So that's kind of a ballpark number, but I think I would, if you're over there, if you're in Connersville, I would think before 3 p.m. This reaches you. All right. We'll see if this severe thunderstorm warning gets extended. Even if it does not, we will. We're still talking about a danger. Look, it's got a ton of lightning. It's got a bunch of heavy rain. It's over Eagle Creek now. It's impacting. Zach, if you got your ears open, how about give me some cameras there along 865, that northern loop, Marion County. But Meridian Hills, Broad Ripple, Lawrence, Penn Pike area, Oak Landon, out toward McCordsville, moving your way. You can see that cell that's intensifying there a little bit around Speedway. So let's see what that looks like on the Speedway camera. Yeah, you can see that rain shaft right there of the cell. But this is what happens. Something had to give today when we're talking about hot, humid air. This is a typical summertime setup, and this is day one. We're going to have 4 days of these complexes that are going to be taking advantage of the real warm, humid air. Haley, Martinsville, this is what you have to watch out for over in Cloverdale. These should build within the next 45 minutes. They're going to build east. So you're likely going to get caught by some of this. All right. And let me turn the sensitivity down on the radar here too, so I can kind of show you a little more detail of what's happening here. And what we have is a gust front right here. This line. So that's basically what's going on. That is the rain-cooled outflow from the storm that's racing out ahead of it. And then there's one that's also impacting Fishers. There's one through here too. So on those gust fronts, you can get some wind easily over 40 miles per hour. So you're going to feel that. Rain-cooled air now in Crawfordsville and developing there in Lebanon. So that'll settle you down for a little bit. But what happens is these boundaries act like little mini cold fronts, and that's really what they are. So then what they do is they trigger new storms, and that's what we're seeing take place over Hendricks, Putnam counties into Morgan counties. So we're going to see new storms developing on that outflow, that rain-cooled outflow boundary. And I see Lindsay's talking about it there too. How fast will it get through Muncie? Probably going to take about an hour. You can see that rain goes all the way back to Kokomo too. So if you have outdoor plans, Philip, the storm generally moving, give or take, about 40-45 miles per hour, east-southeast on this storm movement. Yeah, wind picking up in Pendleton, and that Joey, you're getting that rain-cooled outflow right now. That's what's going on right there. So watch this. Boom, heading your way. The lightning cluster is over Zionsville, Whitestown, Carmel, Westfield. That's the core of the storm. Okay, that's the strongest portion of the thunderstorm now. And that's going to be drifting into the northern portion of Marion County here. And because of that outflow boundary that we talked about, now a lot of what you're seeing on radar there is what we call clutter. So let me try to clean a little bit of that up. I'm going to circle this zone. I'd say in the next hour, we're gonna get big intensification, or at least at minimum we're getting new heavy storms. Whether or not they become severe or not, to be determined. We'll see. But this zone that I'm circling: Greenwood, Franklin, Southport, Beech Grove, Shelbyville, Rushville, Connorsville, Richmond. This is where we're going to get that interaction with the outflow and what is highly hot, humid, destabilizing air, and this is where we're going to see some storms going pretty well. At minimum, we're going to see an increase in storm coverage there. Yeah, no problem. All right, Dominic is in, and Peg, you're over in Greenfield. Again, this is going to include you. Within the next hour, we're going to see storms increasing in this zone. And we're starting to see some new cells popping on that outflow boundary. Already starting to see it. Close call on Greensburg there, Connie, but can't completely rule you out until this complex can go to the east. And then what's eventually going to happen, then it's going to be a battle in the atmosphere. Eventually the atmosphere is going to get what we call capped off, and then we'll wait for the new complex to form. Let's check out some of the NDOT cams here. Yep, there you go. There's 465 in Meridian in that heavy rain. And that camera is down, unfortunately. So let me show you. This is what the back side looks like. So this is Tipton. And so you can see Tipton now on the lighter side of the storm complex. So it's kind of a nice compare and contrast. Here's the so this is 465 in Meridian, and this is what that looks like. There you go. So and that's going to continue to get worse based on radar imagery. Getting a report from Amy on Twitter. Lots of pounding. 31 Westfield. Don't doubt that one bit at all. This is all tropical rain. 1.5 to 2 inch per hour rain rates. It's not going to sit there for an hour, but this is all, think of Florida, and that's exactly what's happening there. Very, very heavy rain rates. So localized flooding likely with this, highly likely in their path. Wind picking up in McCordsville, absolutely. And Peg, sorry if you didn't hear me, but yes, Greenfield, going to have an increase in storm coverage over the next 60 minutes here. All right, next 60 minutes. Thus far, warnings have been allowed to expire, so we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. With that said, pockets of 50-mile-per-hour wind a possibility, especially over the northern section of Marion County. And into parts of Hamilton County. We could get some 50-mile-per-hour gusts, and then that sometimes that can be enough to cause some localized damage here. So let me switch. I'm going to switch, put our shear rate up. Yeah, so it's picking up on some of these pockets of higher wind. And you see that one there near Speedway. We've had some pockets there. Turn off the lightning real quick. Some pockets in Hamilton County as well. So that's the radar, just taking, it cleans up all the wind data and just basically says this is where the strongest wind shear is occurring. And so that's where we could get some pockets of some wind damage. But lightning strikes, yeah, you can see where the core of that's happening there. Whitestown, Zionsville. Let's take a look at that camera again at the Motor Speedway. Yeah, where the cell's moving over IMS right now. Non-severe cell, but this is a Sunday afternoon. A lot of folks out trying to enjoy. That's why we wanted to hop on here, just to let you know we're keeping an eye on it. Warnings have been allowed to expire. We technically have a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 7 p.m. We are likely going to get cells dropped from this watch, or counties dropped from the watch, as the complex moves to the east and southeast. I do want to show you, I mean, if you're just hopping on our live stream here, so this is the radar sequence over the last 3 hours. And you can see the movement. It's east, slightly southeast, ballpark 45 miles per hour. Within a zone of, look at the temperatures here. So we've gone down from 89 to 86 in Indy, 71 in Lafayette. Look in advance of what's happening there in east central Indiana. And this is what you're feeling. This is the air you can wear, as muggy as it gets around here. Dew points in the mid and even some upper 70-degree dew points. And that's why we've had the heat indices flirting with triple figures at times this afternoon. So that's going to have to pass through. Go back and we'll show you. This is just one version of Future Track. I haven't even had a chance to look at it yet just to see. So it's not even really doing a good job on the complex that we have over right now. But it does have the theme, and we do believe at some point later today there is likely going to be another complex developing upstream here, parts of Iowa, Illinois, and that could be moving through later tonight. It'll be a question of how much can we intensify, can we destabilize the air before that happens and start to build back some more energy. But this is day one of about 4 days of where we're going to have some heavy storm clusters. Trying to time these things out can be a little challenge. I'm not going to lie to you about that, but we know that based on you know, just summertime setup, we're going to be in the what we call the ring of fire. So we're going to have more than one complex of thunderstorms. Yeah. Yeah, so this is all heavy rain, lightning, no warnings right now. No warnings. Zionsville and Carroll, we're not going on live TV because we don't have any warnings right now. But this is why we're going live on our platforms. And that's what these platforms are for. If we had tornado warnings, that would be a different situation. But we are airing the IndyCar race right now. But we're utilizing all the platforms that we have for storms that technically are not severe right now. Certainly they are highly inconvenient summertime thunderstorms, and we're doing our best to keep people aware of what's going on. So that's why we're here. We got rumbles in downtown Indy right now. That was expected. If you're in Greenwood and New Pal and Greenfield, expect an increase in storm coverage here. In fact, we're starting to see that now. You can see the cells starting to pick up over in Hancock and Henry counties as that rain-cooled outflow is now triggering new thunderstorms. So that was expected. So Newcastle to Richmond, into Greenfield, we're going to see an uptick in this coverage. Caroline, we will have storms on Wednesday. Exactly where, to be determined, where the greatest coverage will be. But there will, at some point during the day, we're going to have coverage. Teresa, I've been there before. Stuck in a target, waiting for these storms to pass by. Yeah, and that's what you do. It rains so doggone hard. Michelle, not immediately. I don't expect immediate development. And if we do get additional development, it's more than likely going to be in advance of it versus behind it. So it's going to be more in this zone where the new storms are going to form. But much later today and much farther upstream, I think we'll start to get some additional storms popping up here. So let's go back to our camera now here in downtown. Yeah, we're going to be caught right in the middle of this. Yeah, and there you go. Laura, I do believe there's going to be development around Greenwood here over the next 30 minutes. So you're going to hear some rumbles and may get into some gusty wind as well. I've got someone on Twitter telling me they had some trees down southern Madison County. Sean telling me he had some pretty nasty wind as well in Ridgeville, and I believe that. Yeah, let's check some of our other cameras here. So that's the same zone. Yeah, this is 31. That was right in the path of that heavy rain core. Let me go back to, this is 69 and 106th Street. So you can see how much ponding is going on. That is probably going to be the greatest impact now, with pockets of 50 plus mile per hour wind. That's what we're going to see here with this. Lot of ponding from these downpours that are coming in. And so it's pretty interesting to watch this take place, going back 45 minutes. So these storms are going to look for the path of least resistance here, and these are going to look for the path of least resistance. And so you can see them building to the south and southwest in this zone here, because there's just nothing it's all unstable air. And so once that rain-cooled outflow hit, that's what we have. And you can see it buckling to the south there. All right, so yeah, Marion County, we try to tell you it was going to build this way. There you go, Broad Ripple, Meridian Hills, Rocky Ripple, Speedway. It'll eventually buckle south towards Southport and the east side as well. Lawrence, I know it's not at you yet. It's not that far away. Be there probably in 15 minutes, the way it looks now. Yep. So we're starting to see, and we will eventually see more counties. Once, so I always like to draw my line. So we draw the line here like this. Everywhere north, for now, severe threat is over. It's along the leading edge of the Boeing storm complex, and points to the south and east. So So this is all fair zone. All of this fair zone between now and the next, it's probably going to take it at least an hour to get over to the Ohio state line. At least an hour ago. Or at least an hour to get to the state line. And then we'll probably settle things down, and then we'll be on radar watch much later this evening into tonight. I think we'll have another complex of thunderstorms move through. All right, so, but here we are. We're coming up on 2 p.m., and there you go. You can see the concentration of lightning. You can see the heavy rain from here to WTHR studios, up Meridian, up. Let me turn some of the. This is all heavy rain that's falling there. That's all 1.5 to nearly 2 inch per hour rain rates that are falling over Marion County here into portions of Hamilton County too. Carmel, Fishers, Fortville. In fact, let me look at this. Yeah, these are some of the rain rates, and sometimes these might be a little overdone here. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get 5 inch per. But bottom line, we are getting where the heavy rain core is. You're going to get some street flooding from this without a doubt. Without a doubt, we've already had it. We'll continue to see it. Whitestown, Lebanon, Sheridan, Kirkland. For now, the threat of severe weather is over. But this is going to bring a lot of folks indoors. And we had a question earlier about Plainfield. So that storm's over you now. And it's going to take a little bit to get to the east before you can get that baseball game back underway. Jennifer, in terms of hail, there's some. The majority of what it is going to be is just very heavy rain, lightning, and we may get some pockets of 50+ mile per hour wind gust. That's the concern with these storms. Kind of similar to a Florida type environment that we had a little bit earlier this week. But yeah, the heaviest now is over Marion County, southern Hamilton, and then into portions of northern Hancock, southern Madison counties. And then what's up into Muncie, that's just kind of typical stuff here. Timeline for Newcastle, well, you should get under this rain core here within the next 10 minutes. And then you'll be within this complex probably for at least another hour, the way it looks there, Richard. Yeah, Don's at Indy, 16th, bad rain. Yeah, absolutely. That's heavy stuff. No doubt about it. Let's show you our camera from downtown. Like we're right in the core of this bad boy here right now. Not technically severe. Doesn't have to be though. Doesn't have to be to impact outdoor plans. So this is heavy rain. We're going to get some more street flooding downtown. We had it last week. Yes, Rachel, this eventually is going to build toward Greenwood. And Heather, yes, we do expect somewhere in our viewing area, which is rather large, there's going to be another complex tonight. Nikki, by 4 p.m., I think you should be able to grill. But it'll probably be, it might be after 3 o'clock before you can get started. Somewhere in that 3 to 4 window, things should improve here. But we're going to have to go through very heavy rain and some localized flooding in between now and then. Let's take a look here. This is 65. That's at the north split within this heavy rain core. And that's the south split there, which has been a mess all day. It's been a mess all day. Big time backups on the south side today. Yeah, Chris, this is normal. This is normal rain for us in the summer. This is not anything that's uncommon. This is very typical of a summertime setup. you get highly humid air, and then you just need a trigger. In this form, it was this storm complex, so it's going to have to run its life cycle. Eventually, it is going to run out of gas, but not before it gets into Ohio. It's only going to build so far to the south, and that's still, let me see here. Just want to take a look at, because it's going to run into what a capped atmosphere, and basically that's where where it's just too warm for vertical development. Now, right now we're on the edge of the cap here in the central portion of the state, and that's like when you put a pot of water on the stove and you put a lid on top of it, and you boil the water and steam comes around the edges of the potted water. That's where we are now. The farther southwest you go, you get more into a capped environment, and then you need something to kind of burst the cap. Sometimes the outflow can do it, and that's what you're seeing here. This is a rain-cooled outflow boundary. That's what's triggering all this new storm development. It's on this rain-cooled outflow, and right now, Indy, Marion County, a good portion of Marion County, is right in the path of this. So we are going to see tremendous rain in this zone. I mean, we're going to definitely see an uptick in flooding in this zone right here. Definitely going to get some urban flooding here. Heavy rain in Lawrence now. Martinsville is going to be a really close call, Peggy, whether or not it makes it down there. I can't rule you out. Can't rule you out just yet. All right, let's look at our camera network again. So this is downtown. I mean, there you go. So we're going to have big time urban flooding in Marion County. We had it the other day. North Street between Meridian and Pennsylvania became almost impassable. We're probably going to see that again. Here's the view from the Motor Speedway, also caught within this heavy storm that's over Marion County. And then you go farther north, there's the view in Tipton, actually starting to see a little bit of sun way north of the storm complex. Big time rains falling over Marion County right now. Yeah, big time. So if you got some friends that are in front of this bad boy, let them know. That includes Greenfield, Rushville, Greenwood, gonna build your way. So Lawrence in the heavy rain core right now. Downtown Indy, this goes back to Avon, goes back to Plainfield. There's the Indy Airport. This goes up into Hamilton County. And there you go, into Pendleton as well. Let's look at, let me turn off the lightning. This is radar rain estimates. And these may actually be a little bit low in some locations. I think within the core, there's a quick 2-inch rain is very, very possible. Very possible here. And that's what's happening over downtown right now. But technically at this hour, no severe thunderstorm warnings. This is just a good old-fashioned heavy summertime thunderstorm, which has transitioned to a more of a flood risk for a lot of folks in Marion County, at least downtown and points to the north there. A lot of folks in Marion County. Got some hail on the west side there, okay. Yeah, Lawrence in the thick of it here. If we get wind, it's going to be highly localized, but a possibility that we could still, what happens is once these storms collapse, and we may see that eventually in some corridors here, it's possible that we could get some localized 50 mile per hour gust. And the shear rate, yeah, there you go. So the shear rate's picking up on that. We're seeing some pockets of that. Heavy rain impacts everyone. But the wind will be a little bit localized. But you can see it's still a problem. So we're coming up a little after 2 o'clock now. Heavy storm complex that seems to have slowed down over Marion County. That'll up the ante for some higher rain totals. And there you go, man. We are still getting absolutely crushed here in downtown. That is Meridian Street that you're looking at, where the lights are coming southbound on Meridian. So we'll be into some urban flooding here. There's the north split again. You can see how, look at all the ponding. And here's the south split with this heavy storm that's continuing to fall over Indy. Let me go back here and and show you how things have progressed here this afternoon. So technically severe thunderstorm watch till 7. It's going to get dropped sooner than that. The severe threat, once this complex moves east, the immediate severe threat is over. We will still have to deal with possibly another complex of thunderstorms much farther, developing farther to the north and west here. But you can see how this thing has been progressing. I've got the satellite. You see that line that's moving southward? That's the rain-cooled outflow, and that's what's setting up the trigger for new storms. So I suspect, and we're starting to see it there, the last few frames, starting to see some new storms develop there between Greenwood and Franklin. And we should see some additional storms. So Martinsville, Shelbyville, Rushville, Connorsville, going to see a big increase in coverage. All right, heads up in Richmond too. Once we can get on the north side of this, things will settle down, but it's going to be rocking pretty well here until that happens. So we're down to 80 in Indy, got close to 90, possibly above 90. You can see the fuel for the heavy rain, and you can see the heat indices that have been over near and above 100 this afternoon. Throw the lightning strikes back on, and you can see the storms increasing there. Newcastle, there's Hagerstown, Cambridge City. Going to see an increase on that side of the state. Power outage in Anderson. Yeah, and Brandon, these pockets of 50 mile per hour gusts are certainly a possibility. Not a complete surprise. We'll keep that in play too, by the way. Yeah, hang tight here. Let me see if I can call up. Just hang tight. Let's call up our power outage map. Yeah, there we go. Now this takes some time to update, but it is updating. So there's 2,000 in Marion County. Let's see what we got in Hamilton County, 1,500. Again, this is just a snapshot at this time. These numbers will update. So you can see, I mean, we're well over 3,000 without power, and these numbers may go up. That's just a snapshot of right now. So hopefully power gets restored here sooner rather than later. But if for what's going on in Marion County, that's going to take a little bit to happen, because this storm's got to get out of here before they can even begin to work on the lines. And I tell you what, let me put our shear rate back up, because I'm starting to notice an increase in wind here on the eastern side. There's Oak Landon, Mount Comfort. we might be getting a little bit of a downburst. I think that's what's going on there. So it wouldn't surprise me in this zone here if we begin to get some reports of some wind issues, which also happens too. Again, these storms have an updraft, and eventually, once the rain becomes heavy, it shuts that updraft off, and then the rain cooled air comes rushing to the ground. And I think that's what we're seeing there, eastern side of Marion County. So we may get some reports of some wind issues. At minimum, it's causing some power outages. So 2,000 AES customers in Marion County without power right now with this heavy storm that's sitting over us, and rain totals are going to be creeping up here. So technically, if you're tuning in, we're coming up almost 2:15. Daniel's telling me he's got power out in Newcastle, Anderson, Shelbyville. Gene gonna head your way over the next hour or so. We'll see an increase in storm coverage there. But as of right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings. But this storm that's over Marion County is going to cause flooding issues. It's causing power outages. And we remain pretty much in the thick. And we are getting reports of street flooding, which is not a surprise at all in portions of Marion County. There you go. That's the view from downtown here, looking south. And you can see, so this is the north split. You can see all that water that's ponding up here. Slow moving, coming into the city. Here's this is the south split. So slow traffic with this heavy storm that is over a good portion of Marion County now. Now I will say, so northwest Marion County, now you are done. You are done for at least now. You're done with severe weather. There's Eagle Creek. And there's the North Loop, Traders Point, Meridian Hills. The worst is over now. But Broad Ripples has street flooding. This is all, we have street flooding here in downtown. This goes out to the east side and gradually is going to build southward as well. We're going to see some new development over southern Marion County. So over the next probably in the next half hour, this zone here is going to get much more active as it's just waiting for the trigger to set off new storms, and that's what we're going to see. All right. Radar sequence. Anderson, the worst is over. Elwood, for now, the worst is over. Muncie, the worst is over. The worst is yet to come there. Cambridge City and Richmond, and Rushville. Let's put the lightning counter back on. And you can see we got a couple of different areas here. So we've got from Winchester to near Rushville. Those are intense storms. And then we've got the one that's been parked over Marion County for a little bit here. Heading your way, Brandon. Heading your way. Just showed you Richmond. It's heading your way. Be there, I'd say, definitely going to be there before 3 o'clock. Going to be there before 3. And Julie, we had storms in the forecast today going into the weekend, and Lindsay and Matt mentioned the possibility of storms today. So this shouldn't be a complete surprise. And we are within a severe weather risk zone today, and we'll be in it tomorrow, and even Tuesday and Wednesday. We could see over the course, including today, into the middle part of the week, we are going to have, it's tough to narrow down the specific timing on these, but we are going to get additional storm complexes like this moving through our viewing area here. All right. So these, you need to know that. You need to check the radar before you head out. You need to check the forecast frequently because we'll update it. I wish I could tell you exactly when and where this next one is going to form and where it's going to go. I can't right now. I'm going to show you the national radar here, and there's not a whole lot happening upstream, but this is an area that we'll be watching as the day progresses to see where this next one may form. You can see this line. We're in this level 2 out of 5 risk. All right, that goes into tomorrow. This is for tomorrow. Okay, that's a level 3 out of 5 for the north central. All of us in a risk for tomorrow. And then this is Tuesday. And this is what I'm saying. So we've got some stormy times ahead of us as we move forward. And we'll be updating the forecast as we, and each complex is going to behave a little differently. All right. This is the severe thunderstorm watch. That's technically until 7 p.m., but we're the northern, again, if you're north of the line here, let me draw the line. So boom, there you go. So the count, once you get north of this complex, the severe thunderstorm watch is going to start to drop there. All right. So there's Rushville, gets to you before 2:30, Connorsville before 3, Richmond before 3, and this thing is still dropping heavy rain over downtown, where street flooding is taking place. And we've got some flood advisories that are now in effect as well, which is not a surprise. In fact, let me turn on the, we've got flood advisories that are in place now for Marion County, and it's due to the heavy rain that continues to fall. We're just getting pounded. Look at that. That's down. We can't even see the skyline now. It's raining so heavily here in downtown. Stephanie, heavy rain for sure for a period of time there in Southport. Yeah, and Kylie, a lot of folks are going to be hitting the shoulders when they get caught in these. These rain rates are impressive. And Brandy, it will not storm. It's not going to storm all day, all night. We're going to have intervals of these heavy storm complexes. But we may have several, after this one, we may have several hours where there's not anything at all on radar in Indiana. But we are probably going to have another complex in somewhere in our viewing area before tomorrow morning. Okay? It's going to keep us busy. It's going to keep you on your toes. And you need to know that the weather can change quickly in this setup. You can go from this morning, not a whole lot happening, to boom. All right? Just checking to see here. Yeah, all right. Yeah, traffic lights out. Yeah, and again, we've got power outages. Let's check that power outage map again. Yeah, so there you go. 2,000 still, and that's just, that number is probably not going to improve much until this storm can get out and they can start working on the lines. They cannot do it with thunder and lightning around. It's just, they can't in the heavy rain. So we're going to have to wait that out. 1,500 in Madison. This is just a snapshot of this current time. 1,500 in Hamilton County. And you can see the outages that continue to go up. And they likely will continue to go up. until this complex can move through. Okay, we are probably going to see an increase in sunshine from west to east after this thing pushes through as well. You can see the movement. You can see the storms on the increase there on the eastern side of the state. That's becoming the core of this complex. And then on the back side of it, Greenwood, Martinsville, and Franklin, we should see an increase in storm coverage as well, that the outflow boundary is heading there. So Shelbyville included. Not a severe storm, Connorsville, Richmond, but you want to be indoors. You're hearing thunder, you're going to have to get indoors until this thing can get to your east. And expect just torrential rain when it moves through here. Tracy, the sun may come out. It may take a little while. And Teresa, yeah, the Indians game, this stinks. It's going to take a little bit here. I would think by 3:30, should be able to have some baseball out at Victory Field. Let's hope. The rain core is drifting to the eastern side of Marion County. Anderson, the worst is over with this complex. We will wait and see how the next one and where indeed it forms. All right, so we're at 2:23 here on a Sunday afternoon, updating you on our mobile platforms. Since we technically don't have tornado warnings, that would require us to be on air. But this is a way we can utilize our technology and give you a heads up. But so yes, bottom line, if you're north of this line of storms, Tipton, Hartford City, Portland, Muncie, Anderson, Pendleton, Noblesville, your threat of severe weather with this complex is over. Okay? It is over. You still have to get through it in Connorsville and Richmond. We said before 3 p.m. I think that timeline still looks like it's going to hold there. And we're going to have to watch for the likelihood of new development right in this zone here over the next half hour. We're starting to see some new cells forming now. We are finally getting out of the rain core here in downtown Indy. But the East Siders are very much in the heaviest rain core right now. Lawrence, Cumberland, Beech Grove, Warren Park are now in it. So the street flooding risk continues there on the east side. And probably will get worse. A little bit better there, North Split. Okay, here's what it looks like over at the Motor Speedway, where the worst is now over. Still have some rumbles of thunder. You can still see some of the rain shafts there. But yeah, we still have some big storms that are in Rush County, Cambridge City, Hagerstown, Fountain City, up to Lynn, and the worst now just south of Winchester, but still a lot of thunder of lightning. So this is on its way to Richmond. And I mentioned the East Siders and New Pal. That's gonna go into Greenfield. And Zach, if you got your ears open, if you can grab me a camera there along either 70 or maybe 74, or actually just something at 465 East Side might be a good call there, partner. Got some heavy rain there. We'll get within that core. Jackie, in terms of Tipton getting additional storms, that is a possibility. It would be much later today. Okay, much later. And Southport, Jenny, you're about to get into downpours. It's going to be moving in momentarily. Not that far from you right now. Okay, again, what I'm showing you on live Doppler 13 radar, this is technically not severe, okay? But very heavy rain rates, street flooding, and pockets of maybe 50-mile-per-hour wind. Okay. At this hour, and we're looking, let me see. At this hour, I'm not seeing anything on radar that screams very, like over 50-mile-per-hour wind, but some pockets of it are a possibility within these heavy rain cores. But street flooding and lightning are much higher to impact you in these storms than, say, gust of 60 plus. Street flooding is going to be a big concern with these, with just how much rain they're putting down. And Greenwood should get into some downpours here, within the next 15-20 minutes. These things are should be increasing right there on that Marion-Johnson County line. So, and probably get some increase in rumbles of thunder. So you can see the counties that have been lifted from the severe thunderstorm watch. All right. And you can see where the complex is going. Let's take a look here just so you can see how this thing has been progressing over the last 45 minutes. We mentioned it was going to be, should intensify on the eastern side of the state and in southeast as it starts to get into highly humid air. And these are going to be prolific lightning producers, 1.5 inches plus per hour rain rates. But thankfully, moving at about 45 miles per hour. So once that leading edge gets into Ohio, then the severe threat quickly should go down. And these things are moving. At one point, it was a bit stationary over Marion County. And now that seems to have picked up a little bit of pace there. So we're rain cooled 72 in Indy. You can still see upper 80s over south of the storm flank. And as very, very humid air. And the heat index near 100. So there's a lot of atmospheric energy on that eastern side of the state that needs to be consumed by these storms. And it will. They're going to use it up. And but once this thing passes through, likely we'll see things settle down definitely in the central and northern portion of the state. We will wait and see what kind of development we get down here, because that is untapped at this point in time. But it's also a bit capped off, meaning it's too warm in the middle and upper layers of the atmosphere. But we'll see if the rain cooled outflow can spark some new thunderstorms, and maybe that cell there in Columbus might be the beginning. We'll see. But and if that's the case, if we get an extension of the watch box, we will see. But for now, heavy storm action, eastern southern Marion County into Hancock County, into northern Shelby, and now building into northern Johnson. So Greenwood's going to get busy here with heavy rain. May build down toward New Whiteland. Got a cell there that's east of Cloverdale. So this thing should continue to increase as it goes through Morgan County. And then it's now knocking on the door of Richmond. Okay? You can see the heaviest is falling there. Cambridge City, back into Rushville as well. You got it. Rain starting in Rushville. So, but yeah, that's how things are going to continue to progress here. Let's check on our NDOT cams So this is out by Brookville Road. Ponding, and we've said that's a big problem, and that'll continue to be. That's the south split. Even before the storm hit, this thing was very slow today. And then now, the core of the storm is now east of downtown. So we're in pretty good shape now in downtown. Now it's just we need the water to take its time and recede. Keep an eye out if you're going to be in Marion County, if you're in the east side of Marion County. We are going to have some areas of street flooding, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Okay, I'm going to take a break here, friends. I've been talking for seemingly a little more than an hour. But once again, let me just show you the radar. And Rob, if you're back there, if you just want to switch over when I'm done, if you want to switch to the radar source, you can do that. But just to recap, so downtown Indy points to the north. So Brownsburg, Zionsville, as of right now, with this complex, the worst is over. East Siders, Hancock, Shelby, Rush, Fayette, Wayne counties, not severe, but you're going to have a period of very heavy rain that's going to cause some street flooding, and you're going to have some lightning. We are not done. We've got more storm complexes, and I'm going to start to dive into the forecast. We will have that for you online, but also tonight at 6 and 11. And again, I want to point out, so here's the risk area for today. Okay. This is for tomorrow. And the idea here is that we are going to have multiple days of storm complexes that will have varying degrees of severity. This is the severe outlook for Tuesday. And we'll have to go through another round of storms on Wednesday before we get to a rather impressive cool down late in the week here. So Rob, if you want to pop up the live Doppler source, the radar source, I'm going to mic down, and if we need to get back on, we will do so. We appreciate you tuning in, friends.